Hi. So, i- independent of what's going on today, I would just like to inform you that, in case you were wondering, streaming for 6 and then 4 hours in a single day is probably not a healthy choice. So, I'm afraid that yesterday's adventures might be something I should stop doing. I am not feeling particularly well today, and I am almost entirely certain that it is my own fault. But that's okay, because we're gonna Greg, and it's gonna be a nice, relaxing time. Oy. All right, so we're back to Gregging. Check out all this Greg we got. It's full of a lot of barrels. I had to think of something for the intro. I'm really, really running out of ideas. I really am. No, I'm not. Clark, this is on you. You can hear me. You can hear me right now. Maybe you're muted. Wait, that's not how that works. Not the point. Point is... stuff. I think Zen was having this problem in the Acela stream yesterday. Are you sure everything's good on your end? Because I just checked the stream manually and I'm saying words. So I think it's on you. Well, while you figure that out and the fact that you can't hear me complain about your own problems with the technology, I've made a decision, and that decision is I would like to blindly pursue the bread machine. Not the bread machine, the general sandwich machine that we're making. The basic reason for this is, one, it would be a really cool project. Two, we're so close emotionally that it's like right there and it's tantalizing. And the third is that by pursuing this, we will acquire technology of our very own that will then benefit other regions. Like, in order to get the bread, we are going to basically need to invent stainless steel. And the invention of stainless steel requires the improvement of technologies that we already have. Not to mention that stainless steel is the metaphorical steel/aluminum of the future. It's the high voltage material you build stuff out of, is what I'm saying. So this is not a detour. It is a motivated progression, let's say. So we're going to do that. We've already got our basic slicing machine, a lovely machine that will eventually slice the bread. But we can't work on that right yet. We need to work on the technologies involved with making the EBF better. Technically, the only thing we need to do this in the broad stream of things is upgrading the EBF to medium voltage energy hatches. So this is what we must pursue. We might also need Canthal, but I'm not exactly certain. I don't remember the details. But fortunately, there's a giant convenient right here, right ready to go quest line that we can just sort of operate on. So we start by figuring out how to make a silicon wafer, and it requires an advanced cutting machine. And we made a saw blade for it. Now we gotta make the rest of it. Where is that saw blade, by the way? I remember trying to put it like front and center so that I would know we were doing stuff with it. Oh, yeah, by the way, I did a little off-stream standing around doing material processing. You will see that this chest is now almost full of stuff. I've also allocated some barrels for the limonite and things. So all of the ores and crushed ores and dust that we were processing is now basically done. But in the process of my shenanigans, I've lost my hazmat suit. So we may need to make another. Generally inconvenient, but it's not that bad. The biggest hurdle is the helmet, which requires, like, glass lenses. So we're going to need to invent glass lens technology, which I believe requires laser engraving technology. But fortunately, that's already something we're pursuing. It's the step after this one. Now, where the heck did I put the cutting machine? There. Okay, here we go. Right. Set it all up, ready to go. So what do we need left? We need the electric motor and the conveyor modules. That's pretty simple. We know the dance. Let's just do them. Also, one glass, but we already have one glass in the smeltery, so let's just pour that out and get that ready to go. As for the rest of it, we're running out of copper nickel. We may need to make some more. Copper nickel's that hard? Not that hard. It's just copper and nickel. Something we've got plenty of. There's copper. There's nickel. So this amount will make 2 motors. We will need a third. Can we alloy smelter with the dust? If yes, then we're in a good position. Let's make them. Alloy smelter. Go! Excellent. Now, we're going to need magnetized steel. I'm going to go with the original, the standard method. We're going to make a even number of motors. And it's as we've always done. I'm not even going to look at the recipe. I know how this goes. So we're going to need... I think it's fine if we go steel first. Then the aluminum. This will make the rods that we need. Steel dust can go back in here to be reprocessed into steel. There we are. Now I'm going to be facing some deleterious effects to my health and well-being due to the fact that pollution can now enter the lungs of myself and the rest of my body. But it's not going to be that bad because one of our major pollution creators, the pyrolysis oven, has stopped. And it stopped because this tank is full. We are entirely filled up with our reservoir of benzene, which means power for the immediate future, near future, and a little bit of the far future will not be a problem. Okay. Lathe for the aluminum is going well. Let's get some of the material out of the alloy smelter. Copper nickel we're going to need. That's plenty. I am now going to check because I do not want to be mistaken. We are making medium voltage. It is 2x copper nickel wire. Good to know. Oh yeah, I was making string earlier. I did a little bit of research on how to remake the hazmat suit, the hazardous material suit. The basic thing we need is rubber, blue, orange wool, rubber, and those glass lens thingies. So we'll eventually have that all figured out. Check it out, it's almost done. Just gotta get through all this chalcopyrite, roasted iron, some sulfur, and we'll be good to go. So the other thing we're gonna need is copper cable. Fill in the gaps. Copper cable is not a bit... Oh, that's Ardite. Copper cable would be easier if we actually had some copper ingots in ingots form. But we don't. It's just dust. Oh, that's fine. We've got all this chalcopyrite. May as well convert some of it into the ingot form. Once we invent fluid extraction, things will be a lot easier. Faster, at the very least. The aluminum's ready, the aluminum's ready, the steel is ready, the aluminum is ready. We can't convert aluminum dust back into aluminum ingots directly, so we will have to go through the intermediate step of compressing it in this steam compressor. The steel rods need to be polarized, such that we can manipulate their physical orientation via an electromagnetic field. That allows the motor to spin. And we'll prep this all here. Now it's time for the copper cable. Enough copper exists, we can proceed with the wiring. This is not expensive. We just need 4 ingots on setting 1. Dunk them into the rubber coater, and we'll be set. We'll have our motors. Those motors will be turned into a motor and a conveyor belt. All of that will be combined together into one grandiose design, and everything will be good, and we will have our cutting machine in the advanced tier. While that is going, let us prepare the glass from earlier. Take one of those. We're gonna have to chisel it. Chiseled it. There's the glass. We're also going to need the machine hull. That's just a lot of aluminum, some polyethylene, which we have. And put it all together. Oh, that's going to require some copper cable as well, isn't it? Well, that's fine. It's easy to make. That's just putting some more copper wire. If we're going to be making a lot of medium voltage machines, some copper cable is welcome and available. If we detour to make some oxygen, we could also make some annealed copper for the actual wiring portion of stuff. For the time being, this is sufficient. How's that vending machine going? Vending machine's going good. Now we simply need... Darn it. Where's my crowbar? It's exactly where I left it and intended it to be. Get that off of there. Put 2 of those in. We put the MV in. Let's get 2 cells worth of polyethylene from our 2 cells worth of polyethylene machine. Located in Scenic right down here. Bonk. Place it in this. And it goes. You got to appreciate that everything's just sort of working, that we have a system, that we have protocols, that everything just sort of goes where I want it to go. And it goes there. Check it out, we got a free pair of item translocators. If we want to do some logistics later, then that's an easy way. So, machine hull is ready. It's those motors. Motors complete. We want 2 of the motors in here. We are going to need to detour to make some rubber sheets from the rubber sheet factory. And everything comes together in a glorious, harmonious thing. And we manifest the materials we desire. I'm just sort of rambling semi-coherently. I apologize for this. I blame yesterday. Anything bad happens today, I blame yesterday. Not that I regret yesterday, I'll just blame it. Advanced cutting machine! And we got the conveyor belt quest as well. Now we just need to power this up somehow. I'm trying to figure out like a safe way to do this. But in practice, I'm only envisioning dangerous ways to do this. Maybe we need more advanced gas turbines. Just generally around the factory. It's 2 motors, 2 medium voltage circuits, a lot of bronze rotors, but all that is fine. Well, for the time being, I think I choose to... I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do this. And now what do I do? I think we take some water, put it in here. Not like that. And then we put in the thing we want to cut. Yes, the only difference in our choices here is the exact cost of the recipe and time to craft. I don't know why they wanted us to make an advanced cutter. We'll probably need an advanced cutter for things, and they were like, eh, you know, it's probably good. Oh, by completing this, you also get the cutting things apart completion. Well, I'm convinced. The only thing we can do with a monocrystalline silicon boule is cut it. Like, we can't even undo it if we want to get the resources back, so there is no reason to keep this around. We slice. We do the slicing. Well, while that prepares, let's see what we got to do next. We need an Olpic wafer, which requires laser engraving. But we don't even have a laser engraver. Laser engraving is something we're going to want to do anyway for some things. Let me check the recipe for the scuba mask, which is the hazmat mask. It's reinforced glass lens, which is a lathe on a reinforced glass plate. It also counts as a lens. Reinforced glass plate is molten reinforced glass in plate fluid solidifier. That's low voltage. It's comparable. The real question is, how do we make reinforced glass? Advanced alloy trademark or carbon plate. I think we can make carbon mesh. Not easily. Yeah, we take bioorganic mesh, which requires an autoclave. Or we take raw carbon fiber, which is made in an autoclave of carbon dust and polyethylene. Okay, so autoclave technology equals carbon mesh equals we can do that. Good to know. I forget what I was doing. Oh, right, we were waiting for the boule to finish. The boule finished. Great. I'll just put my spare solar grade silicon back in the solar grade silicon box. Could probably make that a barrel. If only because nothing else will ever be in that box. Meanwhile, in order to make a medium voltage precision laser engraver, which will make... Actually don't know... Oh, I think there's... Oh no, you can do all of these at low voltage. Why does it need a medium voltage then? Yeah, all of these are overclocked. We could do this with a low voltage engraver. Is this true? Oh, it is. Well, okay then. I guess we'll make it. In order to make it, we are going to need 2 electric pistons. We are going to need an emitter. We're going to need 3 good voltage circuits. Everything else is normal. Emitter requires electrum. An ender pearl, copper cable, more medium voltage. Okay, this is going to be pricey, but it's going to be doable. Big thing is this. We need more medium voltage things. By my count, we need 5. 2 for the emitter. 3 for the machine itself. So I put 10 in. And that means we're going to need more diodes. And I would really, really prefer we didn't have to make diodes. Gallium arsenide is too expensive. For me. Not in general, just I can't afford it. Diode. And then what's the last thing we need? Is it like copper cable, copper wire? Oh, we're gonna need more good circuit boards. Goodness me, how do we make more good circuit boards? Right, right. The chloride gold foil trick. Phenolic circuit boards is a simple matter of glue, wood pulp, assembly machine on setting 1. Do we have any of that remaining? Move some of these boxes around to make space. No. It's just glue, though. It's just glue, wood pulp, and glue. Wood pulp and glue. Assembly machine is currently set on circuit setting 8. Set that to 1. Put that in, put that in, put that in. Then eventually come back, pick it up with our big bucket of glue. More responsibly, let's just put the entire bucket of glue in there. Come back later for this. We'll have our circuit boards. Then we need the phenolic step of the process. Gold foil, iron 3 chloride. I assume I've gotten rid of all of my iron 3 chloride, which is to say I spent it making more of these. Iron 3 chloride was iron 2 chloride and chlorine. Iron 2 chloride was iron 3 chloride and hydrogen gas. Right, this was a weird cycle. Hydrogen, iron 3 chloride made iron 2 chloride and hydrochloric acid. Okay, iron dust and 3 hydrochloric acid. So we need hydrogen. The hydrogen wasn't consumed in the process. I remember that fact. So all we really need to do is borrow some from here. Take 3 of that. Bring it over here. Where's my chemical plant at? Did I steal all my chemical? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Well, I suppose in that case we could simply make it here, temporarily. All we need is... iron powder. This will make 4 iron 3 chloride. So bring 4 iron dust. We'll have to replenish the supply here by giving it chlorine, but we have more chlorine than we even want, so that's a win. Do that. Turn off fluid auto output for a second, because we want that iron 3 chloride for stuff. And then here, we just want to dump chlorine into this system, and it should just... work. It's not working anymore. Oh, it needs more empty cells, I guess. In that case, let's just start dumping the chlorine now. I'm honestly really happy this is simply working. Now our solar machine is also a hydrochloric iron 3 chloride machine. Nice little bit of multi-utility, this machine. Frankly, quite a relief. Few more cells to hold this. Just the one. How's this going? Going good. That's a lot of circuit board. Is 8 the correct number here? Maybe. Okay, pick that up. We can go back to fluid auto output. Iron 3 chloride. Oh. Guess I was doing something earlier. Carbon. Should remember I have apples with me. It's all about that variety. Make sure you eat a variety of food. So that's about halfway done. So as for preparing the iron 3 chloride, it's just chemical reactor, which we are going to have to commission. Put in all the boards, all the foil, and just let it run. Not too bad, just get some gold foil. And we should have plenty of gold for reasons. Okay, I wouldn't exactly call that plenty of gold, but it's an amount of gold. What about in here? Any like raw gold? Okay, we have a little bit of gold. We're probably not going to have the grandiose quantities of gold that I was hoping for until we finish. How much foil do I get from one of these? Show me a bending machine. 4. That is enough for one board. We have 3 already. Let's just go with 4. The rare setting 10 bending machine. Bend its gold. Thank you. Yeah, we really don't need all this, but we have all this. I think it's safe to do the action I'm performing right now. Maybe I should do this in batches of 10. It's going to cut into our electrum supplies, but it would keep the inventory management a lot less stressful. Maybe we should prioritize the creation of a medium voltage centrifuge purely to get the gold out of the glowstone over here. You alright, buddy? Alright, well, you be careful. Oh, you've just gone quiet. Going through all the roasted iron. Fantastic. What's the byproduct of that? Oh, it's just more roasted iron. Centrifuge impure roasted iron, you get more roasted iron. The reason I'm going out of my way to do this is because I don't want all of my weird liquids that I have around to clog up every system I ever make. So I would much rather we use the iron 3 chloride in fundamental units of cell volume. And because it takes 10 crafts to deplete 1 cell's worth, I'm going to do them all at once. I will make multiples of 10. I guess I can start him. And go. Circuit board's real. If I'm going to be doing this more often in the future, I think I'll set a whitelist filter for the board. So it can also go in here. And I won't turn it into a barrel. This is our dedicated hydrochloric acid station. So I will right click here, put that in, put this in, and now it'll just work. Wait for it. There it went. We saw it. You saw it. Put that all in there and it'll clean itself up nicely. Aside from the boards, which we'll take out. Now, you start making these again. Well, barring the circuit requirement. Which is... What's all this not what we're looking for stuff? Copper wire. Coming right up. Got it. And in you go. That will satisfy our needs for the laser engraver. The squandering of our water supplies is annoying, but not catastrophic because we have a consistent supply. So I'm going to physically remove this machine and swap it out for the engraver once we get it. Separately, we're also going to have to pursue making lenses. And I know that's like a lathe trick. How bad is it going to be? Okay. So either we find, just by pure chance, an exquisite gem of the right material. At extreme voltage, we can use a laser engraver to turn flawless emeralds into exquisite emeralds. But the other approach is to simply lathe a... Oh, lathing is medium voltage lathe. Okay, there's going to be a lot more machines we got to make, but that's okay. Then again, what else can we do? We can sift purified emerald ore. Laser engrave. I was thinking maybe there was like an autoclave kind of deal we could do, like grow crystal. Well, that's going to be the end of that. Let's put these away. Leave them there for now. Made that. We don't need it anymore. How are these coming along? They are along. We're going to burn through diodes really quick, so I need to do a proper inventory check on what we have to spend. We can't afford it. We cannot afford to make any more diodes. Well, buy any more diodes, but that's making them. How do we solve this? What is the ways to make diode? Okay, well, Boole technology is a remarkable improvement in efficiency. So it is preferable by a long shot. Annealed copper wire can be done. We simply need oxygen, and we have that. Polyethylene is available, so we can make 4 diodes out of that. That's enough for 2 good circuits. That's actually quite a good deal. And all we're losing is a few wafers in the process. Any time we choose to use gallium or arsenic is going to be a big deal. But given the situation we're in, I think this is worth it. An assembler on setting 4, annealed copper wire, molten polyethylene, and a wafer. I think it's something that's just going to have to be done. And I'll do it. I'll put in the effort. I'll do the time. And we have all this regular fine copper wire. We even have a little bit of annealed ready to go. We wire mill this into fine wire. What's the conversion rate on that again? 8. And that conversion is 1-to-1. I'll take that. Part of me wants to take this fine wire, turn it into copper again, anneal it, and then fine wire it again, but that seems a little silly. Especially when I can just do this. Final check on that. That was version 8. It is setting 4. Polyethylene is 1, so we will need 2 cells worth. We'll get 2 cells worth. Let's clean out this, by the way. Pick all those up, pick all those up, put them back in here. We can put the glue away. Assembly machine on setting 4. Put the copper in, put 2 boules. Well, 2 wafers. Take out our polyethylene supply. Slap it in and make some diodes. We're kind of multitasking our desires here a bit, but it's all coming together to be what we want it to be. Meanwhile, oh, I guess we could get the coins from the quest. That would have been wise. That would definitely let me get more diodes. And a free gallium arsenide crystal. There's also the question if we need more silicon. We kind of ran out. We have a stack in reserve, but that's only good for 2 more boules. So we're going to hit this in MV2 number 5. That is this, the emitter. Electrum rods. That is the classic. You saw them. You ball them. And a pearl is going to be a bit of a thing, but this should just be 2 gold, 2 silver for 4 electrum. We then lathe it to get the 4 rods and 2 ingots back. I think. We even already have an electrum. 2. Come on, I have silver. I know I have silver. Where is it? There is it. To the alloy smelter. I see you finished some of the copper nickel. That's good. We're going to need some more of it for the stuff. We're going to need to make 2 more motors for the pistons. But I don't think there's any harm in just overproducing now, because we're going to need to make medium voltage motors generally. And the other need for copper nickel wiles, which was the coils, is no longer necessary because we've made the EBF, we've made the Pyrolos oven. They're done. And we'd much rather upgrade to Canthal, because we're cool like that. What does upgrading to Canthal do for the Pyrolos oven? Does it just make it faster? What's the multi-block goals say about that? EBF, air filter. That's the advanced coke oven. Filter, helium. Where do you learn about the pyrolysis oven? Oh, still not enough charcoal? Here we go. With cupronickel, the oven is a bit slower. Each coil till speeds up the charcoal production. Okay, so it is just a speed boost. That might actually be good. Does it take more energy? I don't know. Maybe it just makes the recipe faster, the amount of energy you need less. So if we upgrade those to Canthal, probably make benzene faster, yeah? There's our diodes. Oh, I made 16 of these, of course. Well, let's commit then. Very good. Get those diodes in there. That's actually quite a good supply. How's my good circuit boards going? 8. And then I'm sorry to do this, my stack of electronic circuits, but we're going to need a lot of medium voltage stuff. Actually, what do we prioritize for medium voltage stuff? Which exact things do we want? Compared to what we have now. Let's do a little bit of a research into exactly what we want. An energy hatch requires no circuits. It's just is. So we don't need to worry about that step. The precision laser engraver requires 5. We've already secured those 5, so they don't enter into the count. The ultra low power IC, like, okay, that's just it. Canthal will require an advanced chemical bath, which will require 2 more. And that'll be our entry into Canthal. Which is good. So let's call that 2. I also very much want a fluid extractor and fluid solidifier in medium voltage, because that will make so many intermediate recipes like rotors and rods and stuff so much easier. We can just fluid extract the liquid and turn it into whatever form we want. The utility of that is not to be underestimated. So where is it? Use molds to make plates, sticks, bolts, and many more item parts in the fluid solidifier. Molds are not equal to extruder shapes. You are going to need 2 sets. If they're too expensive, just make the most important ones for now. 2. So current count is 4. What about the fluid extractor? Where is that? You're really going to promote the fluid solidifier, but not the fluid extractor? Or am I just looking in the wrong place? Extruder, medium voltage bending, press, auto miner. Where the heck is fluid extracting? Ah, here it is. The medium voltage fluid extractor is twice as fast as the low voltage one, but uses 4 times the power. To make biodiesel, you need seed oil or fish oil. That's not what I'm here for, though. I'm here for the medium voltage fluid extracting of, like, metals for fluid solidifying. Like, what's the medium voltage collection of metals I can extract? Because right now, this is all just low voltage overclocking. Oh, 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 oh. Wait, why is this still overclocked medium voltage? Selenium, iodine, germanium, Teflon, iodine, germanium, iodine, selenium, thallium, lithium, ancient granite, cactus charcoal, selenium, double iodine, ball of glue, dense selenium, block of germanium, sugar, gallium, concrete, rubidium, cesium, rubidium, gallium, potassium, cheese, soldering alloy, dust, fiber, reinforced rubber. Maybe I'm still in the overclocking section then. Here we go. Regular. Okay, I understand how that worked now. That was showing me the level of the recipe and also the overclocking involved, but it was just converting it into medium voltage because overclocking took it into the range of medium voltage. So what are the recipes? What are the materials? Lead. More lead. Obsidian. Chromium. Battery alloy. Redstone alloys. Zinc. Gallium arsenide. Zinc. Gallium arsenide. Tellurium. Realgar. Solarium. Honey. Antimony. Magnesium. Silicon rubber. Plutonium. Electrothene. Magnesium. Antimony. Magnesium. N steel. Aluminum. We can fluid extract aluminum. Six-phase, Callisto, Void, Deep Dark Iron, Barium, Endium, Duranium, Leadox, Root and Force, Deep Dark, Infused Gold, Barium, Force, Creon, Endium, Million, Strontium, Arsenic. I'm just saying elements. Here's the bronze. Brass, tin, and thallium, brass, glass. Oh, right. We can just go directly from sand to glass. That's huge. Okay. This requires 2. Okay, so we know our targets. Chemical bath is 2. Oh, wait. I think I remember wanting a centrifuge as well. Okay. 2. Okay. Chemical bath, 2. Fluid extractor, 2. Fluid solidifier, 2. Lathe. Two. Current counts at 8. Followed by, let's say, the centrifuge. Then again, we could just go back to a low voltage centrifuge if really needed. What does a medium voltage centrifuge give to us? Let's not actually include that one in the count. Here's the advanced centrifuge. And theoretically, 4. Okay, let's not do the centrifuge right now. We got a low voltage centrifuge. It's centrifuging ash. That's really all we need it for. So let's say 8. We need 8 more. That's going to require ever so slightly more diodes. I need ever so slightly more copper wire. 4 more ingots worth of copper wire to be exact. We can do that. From there, I didn't check the rest of it. We also have the low voltage electronic circuits for it, but I am sad to see them go. That said, this supply will be good for all the machines we're intending to build in the immediate future. There is also the problem of powering them. we may need more advanced gas turbines. Or we may need to really invest in some battery tech. One or the other. We always have this one that we could use. We have burned through our electronic circuit supply in record time. I think that's just sort of reflective of the times we're in. The times of medium voltage requiring so much resource out of us. While we do that, let's get the Electrum ready to go. Lathe it. And then, do we have ender pearls around? If I were me, I would put them in the drops, but we also have our supply from the Enderman here. And there's still more where that came from. So I'm feeling pretty confident we will be able to build that emitter. Let's get the recipe on deck. Life step's taking a bit. Let it run. Do something else. We're going to be making approximately 4 or 5 machines. So we are going to need approximately 4 or 5 machines worth of aluminum plate. And this is going to cut heavily into our aluminum supply. But I suppose this is what we got the aluminum for. Can't complain. And if we want to set the record straight, then the solution is clear. To make more. And our lovely supplies can take us the distance. I'll just leave this. No, I should not leave the sulfur in there. I know exactly what I'll do. I'll take the sulfur, I'll put it in the sulfur container. Be used for more rubber in the foreseeable future. The arsenic supply is appreciated, the cobalt supply is appreciated. We have a lot of resources. Cobalt. Arsenic. Now for aluminum, our source was the processing of sodalite in the electrolyzer. 11 gives us 3 and a chlorine. We've used approximately 12 chlorine, I think, in making this. So we can do 12 crafts of this. That would be approximately 2 stacks. To the electrolyzer. Let's see here. Yep, 27 to 48. Plenty of space. Guess I got some spare oxygen around. You have stopped because you are out of molten tin. Funny problem to have. Fortunately, tin is one of the few things that we can fluid extract. So I'll just take 2 ingots worth of it, fluid extract it real quick for the convenience of myself. Take that all, put it in the big old machine over here. And we are good to go. Arguments have been made for converting to using soldering alloy instead of molten tin. To be determined. To be determined. Okay, excellent. 8 good electronic circuits to substitute, or to support the 5 already. Sounding 13. The lathe is complete. Our electrum rods are ready. Emitter. Splendid. And with that, we have the next piece in the puzzle to make the advanced precision laser engraver. You'll require 2 pistons. That is, unfortunately, even more aluminum. Let's see. I think it's another 16. These things are expensive. Right, it's plate, 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 rod, 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 rod. So, bend that, place that. And that's not even counting the ones we need for the motors themselves. Which is another 4 lathe. And this is just for the laser engraver. We haven't even touched anything else. Over here, let's make the hulls. Let's make more copper wires for the hulls. Some of the reason we're suddenly so low on aluminum is because I'm spending it all on a future... I'm reserving it for future construction. So that's part of the reason why we went from full to empty. We've budgeted weird. But we've budgeted. Fortunately, the electrolyzer over here should help us fill the gap. All we gotta do is the classic compress and reheat. Just hoping we can get some of the lenses from just the quest rewards. Ooh, 8 ender pearls. A good reward. Just some chemical coins, more chemical coins. I think this one had no rewards at all. Solar grade ingots will require cooling technology, and it will also require Canthal temperature, so we're stuck there for a bit, but it will give us transistors, among other things. I am excited for the integrated circuit, because I think it'll make things cheaper. In order to make high voltage machines, you need high voltage circuits. The first one you can make is the advanced circuit from IC2. You need to make low voltage circuits to make MV circuits to make GAV circuits. Yay for recursive crafting! Start with the LV integrated logic circuit, and no, you can't use the IC2 electronic circuits. That's fine, though, because these are cheaper. In fact, this thing alone is almost equivalent to the logic circuit on its own. Weird that it takes a diode, but I guess it's fine in every other respect. But look at that. We take out the vacuum tubes. It just goes to SMD resistors, which are easy. Carbon, dust, copper wire, some glue. Look at that one. Electrum, carbon, and polyethylene. We can make so many resistors off of that. And all it takes is some electrum. Which we have. Alternatively, we just anneal our choice of carbon dust. We can get 8 out of some glue. If annealed, lignite coal, charcoal. Okay, charcoal dust. I prefer carbon dust, really. Annealed, carbon dust, glue equals 8. That is pretty darn good. No other complications, just glue. The SMD resistor is real tempting. Also interesting is the tin bolt. I guess that's just the method you use to combine it on the system. Molten tin or molten soldering alloy, as always. A little bit of antimony, and you can half your expenses. We got the SMD diode versus the regular diode. The SMD diode is made out of platinum wire. I don't think we got platinum wire yet, but we also can just make diodes now. They'll make it integrated logic. Then it's just another wave of resistors and diodes. They kind of just compound on itself, which is nice. Once we get to the bottom of this, I think we'll be in a new era of materials. I forgot what I was doing. I was preparing the motors. Yes. It means we're going to have to lathe them. We were also preparing the piston construction. There you go. Wasn't there a quest that wanted me to make like a stack of magnetic steel? Yes. Oh, it wanted me to make not a stack, just 16. You know, I'll do that. Because I expect I'll make a lot of motors. And I think it's fine to just do it in bulk. Meanwhile... Hold on. 4 of these go to the motors. These go to the gear construction. It was a hammer and wire cutter. This also requires the plates. 2 of them. It makes these 2 gears. Then we get 2, 2, 2, 2, and then we need the motors. So contrary to usual, we'll make the motors in here. We have everything to make them. Just gotta put them on the line. There they are. Yep, all we're missing is the polarized magnetic steel, which is under construction. Will be ready soon. I'm going to make sure I have the entire 16 polarized in my hands first, so I may get the achievement. Just so that the quest can be checked off. Meanwhile, the compressor should be done soon, or already. We put in more aluminum. We take this aluminum out. We put it in the blast furnace. And let it ride. We made all these. So, more copper cable, please, waiter. Ah, I already started making some. Excellent. Another generally good time in the factory. I remember what the centrifuge was for. It's for the gold and redstone extraction. We will need that. Eventually. We are unfortunately going to need that. No, 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 no! I've made a mistake. Oops. Well, solution to this one's pretty easy. Just crunch it. Material will not be wasted. It will simply be inconveniently reconverted. Go to the polarizer, please. There we go. And all these foolish mistakes are making me hungry. Okay, soda light's good. The gold tank is good. There's more raw silicon. There's more sodium. I already took the aluminum out. I remember now. We can put the silicon in here. And that'll process. That'll burn through some of the creosote. These will get the coke ovens more online, which will then allow the charcoal back here to back up more. In a lovely cycle of everything working because I said so. Take these out. Take these in. Polarizer sounds complete. We have the 16. Give me that quest. Good. Make me motor. We shall now take these. Have the pistons. Pistons go back here. Get the laser engraver recipe back on the station. We need 5, 10, and then like 10 polyethylene. There. Through this, the factory empowers us to make the things we wish to make. That was quick. So, plenty of machine halls for all of our machining in the future. That means that the aluminum we require will be not that much. Just 2 ingots, technically 1 ingot if we recycle, per motor. The pistons would make it tough, but we don't need pistons for everything. And with this, we have our Advanced Precision Laser Engraver. As per the quest. Now, I want to run this very carefully because we don't know what lenses we can and can't make. And so we need to make up the difference using this quest reward and the adjacent quest rewards around it. So what can we do? The ILC and RAM are made with red, garnet, ruby, I assume. The RAM chick is made with green. Green sapphire. Green sapphire. Actually, green sapphire is a very specific color. And it's not one of the options. What about you? Emerald lens or Terra lens for the Olpic wafer, which is made from an emerald lens. So this is unfortunately kind of circular. We awkwardly have to make a choice of what lens we want to start with. Because the way that this quest is sort of designed, we can only get lenses for what we already have lenses for, which makes sense, but is annoying. So you need a red garnet or ruby lens, which is medium voltage late. Starting to think there's no way around it. We might just need to get a medium voltage late. This will also give us a diamond lens. Or alternatively give us a diamond lens. And then this is just classic medium voltage cutting machine. Our direct objective is making the medium voltage energy hatch to upgrade our EBF to more powerful recipes. That's why we're doing this. And we're doing that because I want stainless steel, which requires copper nickel high voltage, aka just freaking do it. It also requires a medium voltage mixer. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. That's just medium voltage stuff. But like, you gotta make a lot of choices, a lot of decisions. The moment we get medium voltage, the moment we get stainless steel, we can make the bread machine. We can make the sandwich factory. If you've looked through not enough items, you may have found out that electrolyzing clay dust will give you alumina, silicon dioxide, sodium, and lithium dust. And water, but you're probably just avoiding that already, right? Plenty of stay clay blocks found in Canyon Mesa, lush desert biomes with several to a couple dozen on mountains that can be pulverized into clay dust. I mean, I care about those things. Well, the laser engravers are. Now we gotta figure out what lens we want. It's a tough choice because the diamond lens is important because it lets us do... First off, it lets us upgrade diamonds to higher levels. It does the CPU wafer. What's the one that does this? Reinforced glass lens requires Nether Star Force lens, Ender Pearl lens, Ender Eye lens. No, my question is, how do I make it? Medium voltage lathe. Okay. What are we doing here? Or am I going to get a green sapphire lens? Or am I going to get green sapphire? I don't even know if I found green sapphire ever. Now there are sapphire veins in the Twilight Forest. Green sapphire, sapphire, pyrope, and almandine. Which has aluminum, iron, silicon, and oxygen in it. Aluminum, magnesium. Compelling. This. I desire this. Did you run low on redstone and or gold? There's no problem with the glowstone flower farm. You can centrifuge glowstone dust to redstone and gold dust. Redstone is also a good source of chrome. You'll need tons of gold for high voltage, so it's a good idea to set this up before that. There's actually a couple plants that produce glowstone. Pick the one you like. So this will pay for itself with one MV to your circuit. It'll give me the power. Okay. Even if I don't make the full farm, getting that much gold for Electrum and also gold is good. This might be a case of me getting distracted. Am I losing focus on what really matters? Perhaps. Unfortunately, I don't remember how to go back. This is a low voltage extractor. The conversion rate's a little poor, but the extractor's not doing anything else right now. Wait, it's an extractor. That means we only have the steam extractor right now. Please extract. Well, we have the engraver. And we have an additional 8 electronic circuits. What do we care about? The fluid extractor, fluid solidifier combo would make material manipulation a lot easier. We could fluid extract basically all the materials we're working with right now. Oh, that's the wrong steel. That's why this is confusing. There's our steel. Fluid solidifier, low voltage, molten steel, fluid extractor at medium voltage. So we can just always convert it. Annoyingly, we can't do it with the dust. I guess that's to force it to require the blast furnace reprocessing. So that's a little troublesome. How about aluminum? Wood extractor works on the ingots and the ore berries, so it still requires us to go through the system. What can we do with aluminum dust? Distill it, neutralize it, dehydrate that stuff, macerate or lathe, of course. No, it's what I want to do with it. Smeltery, of course, we can use it to make cobalt brass dust, alumite dust, alloy smelter into magnesium. That's aluminum brass again. Mix it, make that stuff. Compressor, of course. Okay, there's no way around the EBF step, but I suppose it makes sense that there's no way around the EBF step. That doesn't mean it's a problem, because once we have this, why would we have aluminum dust ever again? The only reasons I can think of is that we've electrolyzed something else to get aluminum dust out of it. The other reason, namely the lathing, wouldn't be a problem anymore. After all, we would just fluid solidify into rod shape. We don't need the lathe anymore for this work. So we wouldn't have to go through the recycling step so often. This thing I'm doing right here would become unnecessary. It heightens the loop. It also makes manipulating things for the medium voltage energy power generator, the gas generators, a lot easier, because we can just liquefy the bronze and turn it into the rotor shape immediately. It does mean we're going to have to revolutionize the fluid storage economy. But we need to do that anyway. Plus, if we always try to just make as much as we need, this many different types of liquid should be fine. It has to stop. Which we don't really need this molten rubber in here. Put it in there. Oh. Oops, I've done the opposite of what I intended. That's why it makes so much in one recipe craft. It doesn't have space. Well, anyway. Sodium away. We're going to want to do more sodalite production, or processing. We might want to start. You are correct. I am indeed continuing to be distracted, despite having brought attention to that fact earlier. Oh, it's still going. I didn't realize it was still going. Never mind. Keep up the good work. Mostly chalcopyrite. I see. It's probably gotten distracted by the roasted iron supply. Okay. Alright, these are full again. Yeah, liquid storage. Kind of a problem. But again, this is just me stalling. We need to make stuff. Once we get 41 cells of molten polyethylene. For some reason. I don't even have that many empty cells to put it in. Once I do that, it'll be like, hey, good job with that. How would you like to make SMD resistors? I think I'm gonna Let's make the lathe. I'm gonna make the lathe because if we have the lathe, we can make emerald lenses ourselves. I'm pretty sure. Because an emerald lens is made from an emerald plate. An emerald plate is made from cutting in low voltage in an emerald block. And an emerald block is something we can make now. So we won't need the emerald from this quest reward. Which means we can then focus on getting either a diamond or a ruby. Which one we get? I'm not sure, but at the very least, the diamond, well, the ruby one can help us here. What recipes does the diamond lens do? Mask, living crystal, and sell this CPU wafer. But only with, like, Nakwa dope. EV. Let's scroll down to medium voltage, which is where we're at. Mask, CPU. It makes central processing units. It isn't even listed here as one of the things to make. What is a central processing unit? We make a central processing unit. We can cut it into a central processing unit. And you can make low voltage and medium voltage things out of it. Wait a minute. State. This is the start of the first 4 circuit line. Clean room. Clean room. Needs clean room. Okay, so this is a very relatively cheap but very delicate process. That seems like it'll be incredibly helpful in the future, but it would require a clean room to do, and is therefore way out of our level of stuff. If you want to make more advanced and cheaper circuits, you'll need a clean room. This clean room is an interesting multi-block because you will be placing the other machines inside of the room. The clean room is a hollow multi-block between 3x4x3 and 15x15x15 blocks. The base does not need to be a square. Rectangular shape is fine. The top layer is built out of filter machine casings, except for the edges, which are plasticrete blocks. The controller needs to be in the center of the top layer. The width or length of the room are even, and it can be any one of the 2 or 4 middle blocks. The rest of the structure is built out of plasticrete blocks. Up to 30% of those plasticrete blocks can be replaced by other valve blocks or materials. A reinforced door lets you get in and out of the clean room. Make sure to keep the doors closed or the clean room will rapidly lose efficiency. Travel anchors and elevators also work. You can even embed them in the floor if you want to. In order to automate power and item transport through the walls, you can use cable diodes or machine hulls. Just be really careful when upgrading your machines to a higher voltage. Be sure to remove the machine hulls and diodes and replace them with the new power tier, or else you will be very sad. You don't need to do this for ones you only use to pass items through. If you want to see inside, you can use any EV plus tier glass, for example reinforced glass or mana glass. If the clean room does not form, mind the 30% limit. Often the problem is that you added too much glass. Finally, the clean room itself will need a maintenance and energy hatch to run. The power usage of this multi-block is a bit unusual. It starts out at 40 U per tick and then gradually goes down. But even when it uses 40 U per tick, which is usually medium voltage, a single low voltage energy hatch suffices, as long as you give it enough power. Just keep in mind that this makes the clean room an exception, not the rule. So a 5x5 room now. Where is the clean room quest? Maybe I'll search it here. It's in multi-block gold. After... Okay, it wants me to get the high voltage first. That's fair. Okay, ignoring that, ignoring all that. Canthol means molten copper nickel, which is copper nickel fluid extracted at medium voltage. Canthol wire requires canthol, which requires canthol, which requires canthol, which is cooled canthol in a chemical bath coolant. Alternatively, how is vacuum freezing technology going to work? Oh, we can't do that yet. So canthol is canthol is canthol is canthol. Is cooling medium voltage canthol with coolant. Is hot canthol, which is High voltage blast furnace. Okay. Let's just... I can't just sit here contemplating my decision forever. I need to make a decision and then just commit to it. And I've decided that in this instance, I'm going to make a lathe. I'm going to make a medium voltage lathe. And we are going to use that lathe. Ah, great, it's another piston. And it's a flawless... Where the heck am I going to get a flawless diamond? Answer... I don't know. This is the only way. You've tricked me. 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 Where the heck's the lathe? How dare they, how dare they, how dare they, how dare they, how dare they. There is not a quest for this. There isn't even a quest for this. Fine. Fine, forget it. We're taking the emerald lens now. Right, we have it. Now, the one over there is a little busy at the moment, so... I think what I'm going to do instead is ransack this one. So, let's just redirect power for a second. Get it in here. So we want that lens. We want to make an Olpic wafer, which is this. We got two. Okay, back up you go. Simple. Then, for the quest, we want to slice them into ultra low power IC. The Olpic. For that, I'm going to take the advanced cutting machine we have right now. I'm going to bring it over here. I'm going to do a little swap. Then we just need the water. And we just need for me to clean my dang inventory. I've been carrying around this aluminum casing with no plan for it. I guess I'll put it in there for now. Meanwhile, the fluid pipes are not being used. Put them away for the moment. Tin cables not being used. Put them away for the moment. I could buy diodes with this, but now that we've gotten a little taste of making diodes ourselves, we can hold off. The barrels and chests can go back in here. We have more glow flour that we can extract. That's enough inventory space to work with for the moment. Let's get that water. Don't need a lot. Ooh, it's a long cut. Minute and a half, huh? I'll let it do its job. Then we'll be able to make the medium voltage energy hatch. Let's prepare for it. We'll have those. Each of these can take 2 amps. We're going to need 4 to get to high voltage. We need a lubricant again. That is the distillery on creosote. So incredibly easy. There's also a chance we have some remaining. We do not. Okay. According to the conversion rate in the regular low voltage distillery, 25 cells will make 8 cells of lubricant. I'm going to do that ratio exactly. Where is my distillery? Is it you? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. The distillery has a little bit of helium glass. Let me just plunge that out really quick. I guess that's a byproduct of a previous action of mine. Meanwhile, lubricant recipe requires it to be on the circuit setting 24. I will oblige. Okay, so we have 20 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then apply the plunger, and we are good to go. Oh, right. Cutting machine's taking all the power, but the cutting machine's almost done. Good. I think I'll just stack up my unused machines back here so that I know where they are. This could eventually convert into a processing station, though it is right under the cactus farm, and that scares me. So, all pick is done. We now make the energy hatches. Lubricant production is underway. Let that run. What else do we need? We need a medium voltage machine hull. We already got that. Got these, got these, got that. It's just going to be the single electric pump. Probably made out of a motor we already have and some auxiliary parts. And then machine hull and the coils. So we're going to need magnetic steel. We already have that. Fine aluminum. Given my understanding of the ratios, we are going to need 4 aluminum ingots. Hey, look, it's approximately 4 aluminum ingots. I'm doing a wire mill on setting 3. Should still have the polarized steel rods from earlier, yes. So just coil them around that. Assemble. It's a medium voltage assembler. I have once again been bamboozled. Man. That's how they get you, huh? Well, if we want this, we're gonna need to make this. Well, this stinks. Truthfully, I am compelled to just make the... Okay, what exactly am I going to need for the assembly machine? 1, 2, 4. Darn it. Okay, well, what are we at right now? 8? How about we start by making the fluid extractor and fluid solidifier such that everything else becomes easier. Might be necessary. Okay. That's just gonna be how I do this. That in the recipes, and then the fluid extractor was somewhere over here. There you are. Okay. We're gonna need 2 pumps, so that's 2 motors, and then this stuff for the solidifier. The extractor is a 3rd pump and a piston. So grand total, we're gonna need 4 motors, 3 into pumps, 1 in the pistons. How many we got? 1. In that case, we may as well just make the full 4 now. Case. Motor it up. 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. Need more of those copper cables. Let's get some aluminum and start lathing it. The lathing of this particular aluminum in my hand is purely for the motors. It will be enough, but we will need more for the pistons. Something starved. Okay, the lubricant is starving. Is the lubricant starving? I gave it orders. Also, should have made more than just this. Unless... well, that's pointed back up. I did that. No. No. This disconnected. Does it usually do that? Huh. Okay, I guess that's a safety feature. I appreciate it, but it's a little inconvenient. At the very least, we figured it out. Right, that's solved. So, to make 1 piston, it is 8 aluminum split in half. Half of it becomes lathe, half of it becomes bent. I should have said half of it becomes lathe, half of it becomes plate. That would have rhymed. Would have been a much cooler way of saying it. Here's our 8. Alright, there's our 4 motors. We will need to make 1 piston out of this and 3 pumps. That's not bad. And once we do this, everything becomes a whole lot simpler. The crafting recipes become direct, easy. We won't have to suffer again. Until later. 3, 2. One of these. 2 of these. Put them in. Put them in. There is our piston. It is ready. Now, 3 pumps. Demands for this are pretty involved. We are going to need 3 bronze rotors, 3 bronze screws. Pause for a second. The more important part of this is the fluid extractor, because most things that we can fluid extract, we can fluid solidify with low voltage. So if we do this half, we can do the other half easy. So let's start with only 1 pump. We need a bronze screw and a bronze rotor. Nope. That's why I keep this bronze screw around. Two rubber rings. Should do this in the assembly machine. But I'll at least prepare the materials here. Bronze rotor. That is molten tin, a bronze ring, and bronze plate. We can do that. We'll require 5. Then 4 of it. Lathe 1 of it. Might need a hammer file to complete the job. I think it's hammer file. I don't have a file with me. Really bring the toolbox downstairs. Then the 4 plate here goes into here. This is circuit setting 4, I believe. And just an ever so tiny smattering of tin. With that, tin can be returned to its large fluid container. We're going to need to fluid extract more tin. Alternatively, soldering alloy. Good to go on everything except for 1 steel fluid pipe. Ain't that convenient. Okay, so we got the materials for pump. Assembly machine is just let it run. So clear that. Steel fluid pipe. The rest of the corrections. The 2 rings. The motor. Where I got a motor. Rotor, the screw. Put all of these in here. I am missing the... What am I missing? 1 copper cable. Sneaky, devious. There's a pump. And with this pump, I choose to make the advanced fluid extractor. We need 2 glass. Where am I going to get glass? What's our current method for making glass right now? Well, clear glass in a casting basin requires glass dust. glass dust is quartz, sand, flint. You can mix quartzite, sand, flint dust. Are there any flint substitutes we know of? Wow, medium voltage. Hold on, this. No, okay, no, this is medium voltage arc furnace. We can't do it with a regular arc furnace. Though it's really efficient. We could fluid solidify molten glass. That's a low voltage energy. Where do we get molten glass? Quartzite dust fluid solidifier, 2 of them. Or sand at medium voltage. Can't do that yet, but we're about to do that. Do we have quartzite dust available? Quartzite. Sounds familiar. I think we've done stuff with it before. It's in like the same general area as like Certus quartz, yeah? Quartzite. There's 2. Classic fluid extractor. Wait, I need double this. We need 2 glass. The rest of the quartz. Is it here? Some of it. Good morning. Wait, it's not morning for you. Trying to bamboozle me. Also, it's not morning for me. I don't know who you're saying good morning to, but I will accept it. Understandable. Good morning. I'm making some molten glass for my diabolical scheme. Oh, this is where we hid the tin. Okay. Right, we were making rotors and stuff earlier, so pick up that tin. Put in that glass. I'm trying to barrel away my technology in order to get to stainless steel, such that I can finally make the sandwich factory. Unfortunately, I am burning through my delicate electronic resources rapidly. My entire stack of electronic circuits is now down to a measly 6. And even that is not enough. It's the whole thing. Oh wait, are we gonna need a medium voltage mixer for this as well? Yes, and that's gonna require another okay. Yeah, we don't have enough. We technically barely have enough. Legally, this is enough. Another bronze rotor and a motor. We can make the mixer. Because we only need 4 of these. Put them in the box. Any more circuit board? I would have put them in this. What? We were just perfectly out? Did I craft exactly 10? Oh, this is... The situation is deteriorating rapidly. I don't even know if I have enough gold to do another... Okay, I do. But it means that any possible Electrum or Tumbaga is out of the question for the foreseeable future. Oh boy, this is a thing. Things continue to be a thing constantly, huh? Everything is a detour. There is no destination anymore. The fine aluminum wire will be used eventually to make the coils once we make a medium voltage assembly machine. Oy. That's my glass. Put that in there. We solidify this into block form, which is... Yep, block mold. Do I have block mold? Thank goodness I have block mold. Easy. Okay, and with that, we get an advanced fluid extractor, thus saving us great inconveniences. Oh boy! And it gives us 2 electronic circuits for free. We're saved, kinda. I forgot about that. I forgot that was part of the reward. Okay, that's gonna reduce a lot of headaches. Thank goodness. Okay. So. The EBF's gone silent, so we can go back to doing this. Fluid extractor. Fluid extractor is going to make things easier. Gonna make things better. Now what? Well, with the extra 2 circuits it gave us, we can now make 2 things that cost 4. We can make the fluid extractor, we can make the mixer in order to mix together, but we also need the medium voltage assembly machine to make this. That is not negotiable. It is necessary. To do that, we are going to need 4 circuits, which we have. Make 2 robot arms, make 2 conveyor modules. The robot arms are pistons and motors. But we've just got something pretty important. Small gear. We can now fluid solidify using a small gear mold. This is the first major improvement in a long time. Just materially, we're going from 2 ingots to 1 ingot. That's a large gear. We need a small gear. Yeah, people don't really boot Excels that much anymore. Like they just sort of ignore it. Okay, okay. We still have time to fix it. Pyrolysis oven is going to be completely clogged. What if we swap it back to polyethylene? Then it'll make charcoal and ethylene instead, which we have room for. Otherwise, I gotta get the plunger involved. Almost. 30 more seconds. Okay, okay, okay. Just make like a small iron gear. Just for making the... No, that's not how we make molds. We need the aluminum, like this square. We need one of these. A cast. Do we have any casts? Just spare cast from who knows when. Not exactly sure where I put them out here. Nothing. Okay, so if we want to make a cast, we are going to need some aluminum brass. We have aluminum brass. I think. We do. So take that off. Just make a cast. We then want to carve this into the shape of a small gear. So that would be mold small gear, which is made from casting form small gear. Right down. Hammer right, file down. That's the casting form of small gear. We then need to go to the smeltery. Set the smeltery on steel. We have 4. That is just enough. There it is. Fantastic. We can now make small gears. What other molds do we already have? Rods would be appreciated. No. Let's just make a few cast blocks. And dedicate like 20 steel to the cause. And this will get us ready for the new fluid material processing economy. So we need to make a shopping list. What ones do we want? Ingots, always useful. Casings has niche benefits. The ball mold, I don't know. The screw is definitely a good one. I was questioning why I had these molds out here and not by the fluid solidifier, but then I remembered that I used them in the alloy smelter as well. Back in the day, but not anymore, probably. We have the block mold. We just use it to make glass. So the gear, the screw, not necessarily in that order. Nuggets could be a good option for an easy, convenient way to start the wrought iron production, but that's unnecessary now because we have an arc furnace and just do it via that. So what materials do we use a lot? There's the rotor, but we must have the rotor already. It would be inconceivable that we did not. Because I know we've made tin rotors. It's not here. How is it not here? That should have been item number 1 on the list of things to make. Where's my hollow glasses? I need them. There they are. Put these on my face. I can only assume, I'm compelled to assume, I simply lost it. It is inconceivable that I never made one. Because tin rotors are already a thing. On the alloy smelter right now. There, not in any of these. It's in here. Okay, we saved it. Had me scared. Okay, so. Screw rod rotor. It's a little niche, but there is an argument to be made for the bolt. There is a need for bolts. Not immediately, but eventually. Okay, let's check some more molds, see what we want. We can mold wire cutters? Molten vanadium, molten steel to make a massive stack of single-use wire cutters? I guess that's an alternative. I have an interesting alternative. Do the pipe molds work as advertised? Really? And that's equivalent. That's the recipe. Okay, we definitely want pipes then. Mold normal pipe. Okay, so these are all the molds possible. We could do molds for armor. We could do molds for marshmallows. And they do indeed make marshmallows. Okay. We can make copious amounts of single-use tools by converting steel into them. Mold ball, block, buns? Bread baguette. This is how we do it for the sandwich factory! This is the method. Okay. Coins? Oh, like the industrial craft coins. Okay. I don't know what a cylinder is used for yet. Okay, let's see. Single-use tools has a niche. We could learn to embrace that philosophy. We already have plates. We already have casings. Gear. We have gear. Don't care for coin. Don't care for bottle that much right now. We have ingot. We have ball. We have block. We have nugget. I would like to maybe make the bread trilogy. Cylinder is used to make cake. And cheese. And petri dishes. Okay. Nothing immediately worthwhile. We could make a mold for an entire anvil. A name mold for naming items. Somehow. Okay. Arrowhead. Small gear we have. Rod, bolt. A round for bullets, I suppose. We have ring. Long rod. We have rod already. Turbine blade. Okay, so for right now, I vote we go for rod, normal pipe, bolt. And I guess that's it. Rod, normal pipe, and bolt. We got 3. Let's craft 3. Okay, so let's start with rod. That is right, down, left. Rod. We already have screw. That's a round. Where's bolt? It's long rod. Rotor we already have. Turbine blade. Boot. Pant. Helmet. I'm trying to get this by just arbitrary guessing, which is probably irresponsible for me. I'll just look for it here. Top bottom is normal pipe. There it is. And then finally bolt. Bolt is right, left. Okay. Now we cast the steel in and make these shapes. Set steel up. Rod. I've been thinking about changing the channel redemptions that aren't influenced by Excels to be activated when Excels activates. So like 404, even if it's not really directly related to Excels, I want it to be locked behind Excels, just so that if somebody's looking at my channel redemptions and they only see load resource, then they'll know to do that one and then realize that the future is hidden behind it. I could also probably improve the description, make it clear that there is a future beyond. But I don't know. Well, going on to this, we can now fluid solidify many, many exciting forms. It's 10 times to redeem. And I agree that it is a little bit tedious, especially because it doesn't reset as fast as I told it to. And that's Twitch's problem, not mine. But just having a monochrome rectangle where chat is, I think is a decent, like, not as invasive thing as whatever colorful shenanigan I made, especially if nobody's interacting with it. So I want Excels to be there only if people care about its existence. And I've been thinking of rebranding the load resource into, like, a first redeem. Somebody redeems it and they're first, and they're like, yay, I'm first, because everyone loves doing that. So if I make the loading resource the first, and then the second, and then the third, and then the fourth, then I think people will use it for bragging rights, and by consequence, activate Excels. Because the idea is that 1st through 10th, or whatever, will happen, it means that the chat has been populated with people who would use Excels, and then Excels is ready for them to use after that fact. I don't know. That's my thoughts on the matter. Take off those glasses. I don't need them anymore. The next step is we can make the fluid solidifier, but that's unnecessary. Let's make the assembly machine. My entire quick reference has been filled with stuff. We want the advanced assembly machine. We lock that in over there. You're going to need a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 motors. Okay. Let's start with that then. What's our copper nickel supply looking at? If we're going to need 10 motors, we're going to need 40 copper nickel wire. We're going to need 10 magnetic steel rods, which we have. What's our copper nickel situation? If we're going to need 40 copper nickel, we're going to need 40 ingots of copper nickel, which is an even split of 20 copper and 20 nickel. I won't use the ingots for this. I will use the dust. Oh, why not make an entire half stack? We're going to need more motors in the future anyway. Alloy smelter, go. Copper nickel's being made. Next, we're going to need, we have 10 of those. We are going to need 20 aluminum rods. And this is where we are going to inaugurate our brand new aluminum processing technology. Because for 20... this time, we will only need 10. But we're going to need to tee up the fluid extractor, which we just built. Where'd I put it? I made it, right? Like, I did do that. Put the glasses back on. Okay, but seriously, I did make it, right? It's not that... I put it down already. Okay. Phew. I'm losing it. Okay, extract that, please. You don't have an elegant method for this right now. It's simply going to be large steel fluid pipe cells passed over to the fluid solidifier we have on station. And we want to make some rods. So we put in the rods. Why, of all things, is this a medium voltage recipe? Why? Of all things. I'm astonished. Okay. So we can't do that. Wild. Ay, 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 ay. How could this have happened? Okay, okay. Recover. I've recovered. What do we do instead? We can go back to the old lathe trick. We could make the medium voltage fluid solidifier. There it is. It's just 2 pumps. It's just 2 pumps. We make 2 pumps, we make 2 screws. We make the pipe. Which is another medium voltage craft. I mean, that's fine, because the material-wise, it doesn't make a difference. It's tedious. And we need 2 of them, so we can just make them all at once. So we make the pipes. The fluid extract the bronze we need. My estimate is we'll need 10 bronze. And we can just fluid extract it. We can do all the fluid extracting ahead of time, as we know we need it. And we can get a bronze cell. And then start fluid solidifying this instead. We know exactly what we need. We need 2 rotors. And we need 2 screws. So, rotor. Rotor. Screw. Screw. And that's the system. We're effectively like fluid stamping these things into the shape we want. We can take back our bronze that we got as a spare, put it back in our bronze large bottle, go from there. Put that in there, put that in there. We are 2 of the recipes away. Then we're going to need 4 rings of rubber. I feel better now. I feel better now. There's so many obstacles on the way. You've gone quiet. All you. Whatever it takes to keep the factory running a bit longer. Then we need the 2 motors. Then the 2 steel. Is the bending machine done? Yes, it is. Set that back to 1. Put in 6 steel. That'll bend quickly and easily, and it will be ready to go. Meanwhile, since we apparently still need it, we need to continue our aluminum recycling processes. Compress that. The EBF is offline for right now because we've moved power to the fluid extractor. Temporarily. There's our 6. Got the hammer and wrench for this. And finally, 2 copper cable. Good. There's our 2 pumps. With this, we can make the fluid extractor. Sorry, the fluid solidifier. What else do we need? We need 1 glass and 1 chest. It's a bit overkill, but I'm just going to macerate a whole bunch of quartzite and fluid extract again. 32 seconds later, we will have what I desire. We are out of sandwiches. I am now officially starving. We should have the bread to make more, so let's make more. See, pile up some there, get the tomatoes involved, cucumber, onion, make a large pile of those. Very good. Okay, eat. We'll have to do. It's been 30 seconds. I've macerated the quartzite. We can take the quartzite. We can do this to it. We'll make impure quartzite. We centrifuge this. We will get Certus quartz as a bonus. Hello, centrifuge machine of mine. I'm going to make an emergency request for some material. And you're a little busy. You're a little full. No, I'm going to have to ask you to not be making this anymore. Like that, I don't know, that. It'd be greatly appreciated. I'll take the Chalcopyrite off your hands, put it in this box, where it'll be safe and comfortable. There we go. In the lead, a few other singular materials if you have some. We've run into a lot of roadblocks, but none of the roadblocks have been permanent. They've mostly been psychological. And material, but we have material. And we need 1 chest. My chest has no chests in it. How's about we just make one? Got the spare plank. Right, I forgot that particular recipe takes a long time. It's why we swapped to 2 log, 2 plank. Oh well. Fluid extract 2 of these, make a glass. Oh, if I put it in this one, it would overclock, right? Yeah. Now it's going to happen twice as fast at 4 times the electrical cost. Carousel for it. Good. Oh. The pipes are full. And they're also clogged in an awkward fashion. My wrench. There's my wrench. Well, easiest solution I can think of is do this, do that. There we go. Now the system's running. I'm not going to say that was close, but that was technically a problem we had to solve. And now we're good. How's the chests going? Chests are going good. Put them in there. Put that in here. Get a fluid solidifier. Now we're in business. Kinda. There'll be an awkward bit of machine swapping. And I have to just hot swap the power because we do not have enough generators to run all these at once. Or just at all. So we can now take this cell. We can now take the rod. And make 20. It works! It works, we're saved. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Another thing we gotta do. Take some more sodalite, electrolyze it. We need more aluminum. And this is our best source of the stuff. For nickel wires for the 10 motors is being prepared. We have the rods. Now we just need the copper cable. We're going to require 20. We have 6. believe we're out of copper wire, though. And the wire mill is already making the copper nickel wire, so that's going to be a minor clog. It's an annealed. That's red alloy. Unless there's a way to just manually create. There is, but I don't like it. Medium voltage extruder is out of our budget. Unpackager is redundant. Yeah, nope. We're waiting. There's a backlog of requirements, and we're going to have to wait it out. Meanwhile, I guess while this isn't doing anything, let's make 10 more good circuit board. Well, circuit with wire things on it. Got 10, we got 40, we need 1 cell of our iron 3 chloride. Ready to go. Just put that in there, put that in here. Solved itself. The solidifier is complete. You can put the rod back. Look at that, it's a family tree of rod, bolt, screw. Each one makes the other in line. Not circular, just like monodirectional. Not my point. 10, 10, 10 wire mill is halfway done. Put those here arbitrarily. Fluid solidifier polyethylene. I could make a lot of polyethylene pipe. If I take the extra little step, I can then make something else. PVC is polyvinyl chloride, which is... Vinyl chloride is ethylene and chlorine. And then add a boatload of oxygen. You get PVC. I'm just sitting here waiting for the wire mill to be done. Eight more to go. Then we have the copper ready to be made and coated, and then we will be good. It was such an anticipation. I'm just impatient now. I'm just waiting. When I eventually make the pivot with all of this new technological processing to like real bulk production assembly line stuff, it's going to be amazing. Gonna make sandwiches. I'm gonna have entire factory that just makes all the materials. I could have like a barrel of motors or whatever. I'll have all the machines. They won't have to wait on each other. They could feed one into the other in like dedicated lines to make dedicated things. It's gonna be awesome. Any amount's good enough to just be coded. Get coded. See you in like 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, more like 1 minute. How many do I need? I'm gonna need 20. I have 6, so I need 14, which is gonna be 1 minute, 10 seconds. I'm at 4 already. Alright. Excellent. Our good circuit boards are done and ready. Put them in here, and then some copper wire, and we can make 2 more good circuits if we wanted to. We will eventually want to. But we have a priority list. Alright, he's ready. Let's get those 10 motors. Phew. Okay. That was merely step 1. Step 2 is conveyor modules, which is extremely easy. And then the robotic arm, which is an absolute nightmare. Let's start with the conveyor modules, because they are not an absolute nightmare. We'll take 4 of these. We'll take 2 copper cables. And we'll pause at the department store to get 12 rubber sheets. And over here, place them in line, place 2 here, place 2 here. 4. Conveyor module. Could be used for logistics. We're losing it. We are losing it. We're using it for construction, and it will be lost once we construct the thing. Now it's just the robotic arms, which is a minor pain of manipulating more materials. Some of those materials are aluminum, which we constantly need more of. Felt like so long the time. It felt so recent, the time when this was not a concern. When we were just there and we trusted we had enough. But now that we're making real, true, and proper strides into medium voltage production logistics, suddenly our demands have become overwhelming. But it's also a sign that we're doing something correct. That this progress is real. How much aluminum is available to us right now? 7. We need 2 pistons. Plate, 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 gear. Pair of rods. It takes 5 now. Where it used to take 8, it now takes 5. But this is not enough. We'd like to stall, but we can't stall. Can we stall? How much aluminum do we have in here? Exactly 1. We can't stall. Okay, turn that back to powering the EBF. Run it. There you go. This is all for you, buddy. It's all for you. Don't be spooky when I'm trying to be reassuring. The poached pear, just to gain the potential benefit. I can make 1. I can start the process of making 1. Three plates, 2 rods, 1 gear. So this is all 6 plates we need for both pistons. And because we don't need to make the gear manually anymore, I can just place them here now. I can place the entire thing here now. For what I already have. Just the rods and the gear. They will require fluid solidification, so we can't do it until this is done. Just have to wait on that. At least a reprieve, we can focus on other things. Or we can just move the fluid solidifier over from there to there. Also not a bad idea. Wait, this is the solidifier. We don't need the solidifier. We need the extractor right now. Yep, I'll just do this. Bonk. So, to make the... We're gonna need 4 ingots worth for 1 piston. No, for both pistons. Pair of rods, gear, gear. And we already have the plate. So this is enough. Just these 4. Fluid extract them. I'll take responsibility. That does disconnect. Okay. Have to remember to reconnect that every time we do that. Unless we put something like a diode in between just to make it explicit. And then fluid solidification for rods will require the advanced variant. So I guess we're not done yet. Two gears, 4 rods. It works. I guess it made rods and such medium voltage so that you wouldn't completely obsolete the lathe. Because if you could fluid solidify rods at the same level that you could lathe the rods, it would probably just make the lathe unnecessary. So they put it at medium voltage as a penalty, almost. Okay. Here's the pistons. Now we need to make the robot arms with the pistons. Which is the 2 motors, more copper cable, and 2 more aluminum rods per. So we need 2 more ingots for both. We have 2 more ingots for both. Do another hot swap of these. Fluid extract, please. Goes up. Solidifier. Rod, aluminum. Go for it. Yes, we can prepare the robot arm recipe here. All we're missing is that. That's done, that's done. Take this back. Put these in here so that we have inventory space to take it back. Make 2. Back to the assembly machine. Oh wait, put these in our inventory so that we get credit for them. Excellent. Put the molds back as well. Take this back up. Put them over here because we're not using them. Then immediately convert to making the assembler. Oh. Phew. That's a big one off the list. And more free circuits to help bolster our supplies. Alright, I'm going to put the coins away, and then I am going to open our brand new medium voltage loot bag. See what we win. We won 4 electric pumps! And a medium battery hull. This is great! Now we don't even need to make them for a little bit. That was actually quite useful. Thank you. Yeah, this is just good. Would have been even better a few minutes ago before the... I made the fluid extractors and stuff, but 4 medium voltage pumps is 4 medium voltage pumps. What can we use those for? Mixer? No. Mixers for, like, stuff. How about... centrifuge? Nope, that's, what is this? Well, macerator. Macerator compressor? No. I did that already. The chemical bath can take one. Also, they're just useful for, like, processing stuff. Let's just check the full recipe list. Canning machine, chemical bath, distillery, regular extractor, fermenter, fluid canner, fluid extractor, fluid heater, fluid solidifier, amplifabricator, ore washing plant, plasma arc furnace, world accelerator, highly ultimate power transformer, pressurized fluid tank, the super tank, advanced boiler, high voltage fluid tank, 256 buckets of material. That's pretty good. Looks like it requires dark steel, though. That's why I wanted the stuff. Meanwhile, assembler, it's a pretty similar deal. Fluid pump. Superconducting medium voltage wire is made out of pump and helium. Overflow valve, maximum void amount. Okay. Steam valve, fluid regulator, superconductor, medium voltage wire, solenoids. Oh, of course, the energy hatch. We need them for the energy hatch. Is that true? I guess it would. That is true. Excellent. Confirmed. Has saved us on resources. I'm taking a nap. I am no longer taking a nap. We only have one machine hull remaining. We're going to need a second for the hull itself. Also, with that medium voltage assembler, we can finally make the coils themselves. Take our coils. We no longer have the polarized steel. We only need 2. May as well use the lathe for it. Oh, right. Didn't set this back yet. Set that back, and we need to connect the wire with the wire cutter. Ironically being used to uncut the wire. There we are. And for general purpose processing, if I process it on this side, I would like the underside of this tank to be lower throughout. So slice this out. Go low to begin. There. I'll make it a little convenient to work around. Good. I'm going to stand here, do my manipulations as necessary. The rod's complete. Let's polarize. Now we do that. So it is all these, all this. I'm clearly missing a step. Circuit setting 1. And that's that. Is there anything else we need the assembly machine 2 for? It just says, hey, go make it. Solarium. Why do we need an assembly machine for solarium? Gold, ash, and soul sand for solarium. This makes sense, though. Double-plated aluminum and a silver ring to make a large aluminum fluid cell. There's the coils. We have everything but a second machine hull. And we do need to... If an MB recipe is 1 EU over 1 amp for that tier, you must use a second energy hatch for it to use 2 amps or more. What does that mean? Some materials like stainless steel require 480 EUs per tick. Your LV hatches are not good enough. Craft a minimum of 2 MV hatches to upgrade your electric blast furnace to high voltage. By the way, if an MB recipe is 1 EU over 1 amp for that tier, you must use a second energy hatch for it to use 2 amps or more. I think it's just saying you're gonna need the second one, buddy. But in addition, we're gonna need another case. Vending machine is more efficient than going through the whole fluid solidification step. I forgot to reattach. This is an excellent use case for batteries and battery buffers, by the way. Or, you know, I could just make more power ever. Equally a good idea. Get the polyethylene. 2, please. Still got some space. Bonk. We are. Back in here. The casing is just a lubricant now, and that has been distilling for the past several minutes. I'll just do the full. Oop. Take half. Place half. 1. Right, I need another set of those. My mistake. Well, that's not too hard to do. I just need 3 more aluminum, which will take an additional 15 seconds, but we'll have it. Guess I need to pause my wire. Nope, it's already done. 8/16/24. $32. Oh, I'm not hungry. I'm experiencing pollution. That makes sense. I'm bothered by it, but it makes sense. This means, annoyingly, I am once again going to have to swap over power. Our aluminum shortage is too critical for us to stop the machine. The EBF must continue. For all 1 aluminum remaining. Do I have any more in here? Yes. Swap over. Insert rod, insert coil. Make a super coil. Okay. I'm curious how this will work. Let's get one fluid pipe just to extend it a bit further. What's that doing in here? It goes in here. We're using. I'll use a normal. Okay, I made the wrong choice, but it should be fine. It's a pipe. More seconds and you'll be done, and you'll be available to be opened up for processing. Now, if I understand this correctly, it should still be fine for me to just do everything, like my old recipes, as normal with these energy hatches. If I'm wrong, we're going to have a problem. Okay. Here we go. I gotta pick up the one that fell downstairs. They're integrated. You are good. I dolly you over. No. Well, to save on benzene, just because I decide I'm going to be frugal, I'm going to get a pair of large steel cells, put the molten tin away. Pick up all the benzene in there. Wrench this thing out. Put it here. The pipe I laid to rest over there can now be put here. Insert. I've bungled this somewhat. But in theory, this should be working again now. So all I need to do is test it on some aluminum. Do that. Oh, I have some raw aluminum already. Huh. That was instant. And it concerns me. Right. Right. Okay. So, yeah. I think this means this entire machine is operating in high voltage mode. Which implies to me this won't work. We effectively are going to have to do something identical to what we did last time with the low voltage 4 machines. We're going to need 4 gas generators sort of encircling this, all providing power centrally inside. Which is a little bad. Now, we just about can do that. Because we have 4 gas generators just sort of around. Here's 1, here's 2, I'm holding the 3rd, there's 4. So if we sacrifice every single generator in medium voltage that we have right now, we can get this thing operational again. And we need it to be operational again. It is non-negotiable. For the simple, unfortunate truth that we are out of aluminum and need aluminum to get us out of this mess. But it's not immediately that we do. If we want to do this properly, we're going to need 2x annealed copper, and I'm going to even go as far as to 4x it. Then we need to anneal this, and I brought oxygen to do it. We anneal those. Those will hold enough power to... Oh, they convert into ingots, okay. Sure, that's fine, whatever. Yeah, I'm going to 4. Not taking any chances. And copper is cheap. We then coat these. Simple process. And the configuration I'm going to go for is forward, forward. One's definitely going on top like that. Like there'll be one here. The pipe can come like either above it, down, or however we decide to do it. Oh, it's raining. Truthfully, it hasn't rained for a while. Good thing all our machines are in the dry lands right now. Part of the benefits of this exact location is that some of it doesn't get rain, some of it does. Oh, and these are taking good advantage of it. I don't know what they'll do with those matches. It is our complete priority right now to get as much aluminum as possible, effectively at the expense of everything else. So I'm going to void the chlorine and just process all the sodalite we can, which is a lot. Just dump it in there. Take out the sodium and raw silicon to make space. The raw silicon can go in here to burn some of the creosote so that the charcoal can be made. The sodium we can use for batteries. An industry we may want to take advantage of, given just how bad our power systems are right now. But with this aluminum, we are going to buy ourselves time. Dismantle every single machine in the factory, or at least the generators. Put it all into the EBF. Once we do that, make a whole lot of aluminum. Theoretically at a faster speed than normal, but just make it. With the extra hulls that we can make out of the aluminum, plus the regular machines that use aluminum in them, we will want to make 4, possibly more, advanced gas generators. That will require at minimum a half stack of aluminum, plus the motor requirements, which are 1 ingot each. But we can do that. With that added power, and also probably swapping out some of our fluid pipes for polyethylene-based fluid pipes, which we can do, we should be able to run the EBF like normal at high voltage level. The power, the fuel draw that's going to come from this is immense, but necessary. This is something we're going to have to accept. The most important thing right now is get that aluminum supply. Compress it, run it, be it. I trust we have enough benzene to do the job. That shouldn't be a concern. Heck, what's the fluid solidifier for polyethylene look like? LV, 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 LV. Just pipe. Plastic fluid pipe. Heat limit similar to that of wood, but that's fine for benzene, which is what we're going to be piping it with. It's a low voltage, so we can just solidify it as is. I think we're in the business of making polyethylene fluid pipe now. Swap out the wooden pipes here, it'll provide a lot more throughput to get to 4 medium voltage gas generators eating all of the benzene, and it will hopefully not starve the engines. So that's good. I'm gonna remove that from the memory. Oh, the pipes as well. We make them ourselves. Loss per meter per ampere is correct. electrolyzer's been holding on to a stack of carbon dust for basically the entire stream. Its service is appreciated. How's this going? You done? No, you're stopped. I could definitely take the sulfur out, put it in the sulfur barrel. I was about to ask if there were other purposes for sulfur than making rubber, but then I remembered that sulfuric acid is probably an important industrial material. So I guess I'll look forward to that. It's not like sulfur is something we don't have in great quantity. With that, the remaining pyrite, chalcopyrite, and I'll take all of these back. Thank you. I'm sorry for making you hold them all. How's this looking? Down to a stack. Let's get some more charcoal out of the pyrolysis oven. The problem is the creosote is full. It's a weird solution I just thought of, but we could just make some large polyethylene pipe. They're kind of like a container. 4 of them is the capacity of 1 coke oven. We could just dump them in a place. We could also reinstate the split fuel system here. Just put the wooden fluid pipes back on, swap 2 of these for creosote boiler, and just call it good. I do still have those, right? I wouldn't have gotten rid of them for anything. If I do. So how about we do that? Now, how exactly did I type this? Right, I went under with everything, but ever since I swapped the system, I moved these pipes up, so there's no room. I can make this work. In principle, I can make this work. So my plan is to go up, follow this pipe, parallel but on top. Once we get here, turn left, and then we'll pipe it in from the side. Okay, that works, kinda. And all this extra can go back into here. Suddenly we have a supply of charcoal. These will heat up, these will use the creosote, everything should be good as long as we keep logs in this barrel up here. And there are. This also provides us a little bit of redundancy. If the coal runs out, the massive creosote buffer will split the difference. It'll pick up the slack, it'll do another metaphorical statement. Hey, Sodalite Electrolyzer, how you doing? Not bad. Not bad. I'll admit this is a little bit of disaster management, but it's being managed. It's being managed. Please believe me. Well, sodium goes in there, silicon goes in there, quartzite goes in here. We're out of sodalite. We will have to make more. Fortunately, I've got like a half a stack's worth of stacks of impure sodalite up there, which we can simply clean and then electrolyze again. It'll have to do. Okay. One stack will be enough. I said a half stack would be sufficient. One stack will be fine. So I'll make the conversion at one stack, and we will go from there. Okay, that's good. The output here will have to be a chest. It doesn't have to be that chest, though. We've got a spare. Trying to prepare for the sodalite swap. Okay, we have a stack. I'll take it. From here, we will remove every single advanced gas generator in the factory. I think I've acted a little too soon. We still need to make the plastic pipe. Let's just take large steel fluid pipe worth of this stuff. Get our normal pipe ready to go. Put that in. Put that in. How many is this going to make? Current guess is appears it's going to make like 16, maybe 17. Not a bad deal. How many do we need? Well, let's see. If this pipe is going to be good enough for all four, then we can put here, 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 here. Just cut a straight line this way. So 1, 2, 3. Vertical adjustment 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're going to need a slight bit more. So I'm going to take like 5... Wait, no. 5 cells is like nothing. Right, because these are nugget based. I guess 3 makes a pipe. We can start the transfer now and simply see if it's good enough. We know where the pipe goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. So that pipe's up. 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 13, 14. 5, 4, 3. 2. This is enough. Great. Ooh. Look at all that. All that's just going into the pipes now, huh? Okay, I'm gonna need to turn this off. So it'll probably finish the recipe and then deactivate itself. There. Angle it into the... Oh, we need to connect it. So those two are ready to go. Now we just need the 2 from the powerless oven. And boy, am I not excited to do this one. I'm gonna have to reverse engineer where the heck I put them later. But that's not too hard because the pipes will show the echo of my past self. So maybe it's fine. Still though, the moment I remove these, we are going to be on a time limit. I will save the benzene. It's still processing. Oh, the stuff down here. Right, because it's got a lot of ethylene to go through. How would I stop that for now? I guess the answer is do that. Moment it starts starving, we know we're good to go. There it is. Quiet. Okay. Disconnect that pipe. Double take. remove it. Want to know it'll go there later. Temporarily remove that because we're bringing our own benzene supply. Put it in. Reconnect. Rinse and repeat. Man, my pipework's a mess. Okay. The EBF should be ready to function at high voltage level. I am scared. I admit I am worried. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. So it's not as bad as you might think. We are drawing 4 times the power, but the recipe is going twice as fast. This will take twice as much power overall as it used to process 1 stack of aluminum. What's important and what we're going to be looking out for is if these engines are keeping at full power, and they are, which is good. Our requirement is that we process 1/2 stack of aluminum plus a little bit. I'm putting my general estimate at 40, but I'd rather just do the whole stack. If we can reach that point, and there's a decent amount of benzene remaining in the system, we are home free. Because we can then go back to the Pyrolos oven, set that back to running. I'm going to set this back to 9 because we are desperately going to need to restock our fuel reserves once this is over. And from there, we should be clear. We make it out of this on the other side, we will have plenty of power. Fuel production might be a question mark. But I think we'll make it. This is going down at a steady rate. Things broken. Functionally, the entire rest of the factory is unusable except for the steam sector. But the steam sector is also where we can make some good progress. We're about 1.5 stacks away of centrifuging for our great centrifuge project to be complete. Once that's done, we can, I guess, centrifuge some of the sodalite. We could even macerate some more stuff. It's not like we haven't done the entire bucket of everything we have. There's plenty of this stuff. But this is more specialized ore that I was worried about throwing away. Mostly I wasn't certain I wanted to process them directly into their dust forms, because what if they have other things? Sodalite ore, it's kind of like lapis in that sense. Basaltic mineral sand? What do you even do with that? Answer is, it's apparently iron. Could make iron out of it. Or you could make basaltic mineral sand, which makes iron. Or centrifuge it for magnetite and basalt dust, which you then centrifuge for olivine, calcite, flint, and dark ash. Probably do other wild stuff. Why go down this line when you can go down the... Actually, it seems like that's mostly what it's for. Maybe a source of olivine and calcite, which you can then work with. You can also just make carbon dioxide out of it. Maybe it's not the most exciting material ever. I mean, the magnetite's just iron, so you can get iron out of it. So it'd be an even split of iron and then the occasional olivine. Olivine itself is magnesium, iron, and silicon dioxide. So magnesium's a commodity. We could want it. Silicon dioxide always helpful. Calcite's calcium, carbon, and oxygen. We're aware of calcite. Flint is available. And dark ash. There's also granitic mineral sand. And who knows what that makes? Answer, it's iron. Black granite dust is silicon dioxide and biotite. Biotite makes sodium aluminate, which could be a thing. Electrolyze it down further. It's potassium, magnesium, alumina, raw silicon. What's it going to take to electrolyze alumina? It's probably some crazy thing. Yeah, it's high voltage, but it's not that far away. We make one high voltage electrolyzer, which is just some electrum wire, some glass, and some nanoprocessor advanced HV circuit. We suddenly can take all of the alumite we have, which is in here. Sorry, cryolite. Where's the... There's the alumina. Actually, cryolite's another one. That's probably high voltage electrolysis as well. It is. Mostly it gives us fluorine. But combined with alumina, we get aluminum. It's a horrible, horrible conversion rate. And we got more cryolite than we do alumina. But there's some advanced resource processing that can happen. How's this doing? Turn on the pyrite now. That implies that, yep, that's the last bit of it remaining. Let's get ready to swap over. Let's also do some inventory management while I'm sitting here. Rest. Nickel bolt. 3 aluminum ingots already. Keep those aboard. The air of the wooden fluid pipe is ending. Because we can make polyethylene. And eventually we can make PVC. Not that it matters for wood, but like our pipes are changing. We're at 13. How's this going? 44140. It's about 2 seconds to go down by 100. Let's say 20, 200, 2,000 seconds. 8,000 seconds. I'm doing math. That's about 2 hours. By contrast, this is going to take 30 minutes. So we will have enough benzene, which is a relief. For this. Once we do that, we'll disassemble these, put them back to where they originally came from, and let them do their job. Especially, we want to process the aluminum, make the advanced gas generators. What can we do to prepare? Bronze rotors. We can make bronze rotors. We can make the bronze to make the bronze rotors. I feel like we might be running low on bronze. I don't know why I have that impression. Are you done? You're done. Excellent. Put that there. Put that here. That will be our new alternate container. Separate from that, we have this new empty container. And this barrel of sodalite, which shall now be processing for a very long time. If you're wondering why I haven't tried to combine these into one, like, major boiler tank, it's because, while the efficiency would be improved in making steam, it would also take more water, and we are barely on the edge of water production to keep these running. And I would very much like to not get into a situation where we run out of water, the temperature's still high, a drop of water goes in, and the whole thing explodes. Again. So we are leaving it as 4 separate things until the water situation improves. Fortunately, we're about to go to high voltage. We're eventually going to be in high voltage. And when we have high voltage pumps and stuff, we can make the reservoir. It's not what it's called. I forget what it's called, but it's infinite water. It lets us do the 2x2 water trick, but as a machine. Pollution is real. I'm suffering its effects currently. I suppose it makes sense. Maybe I should invent muffler technology. 20. 20 and going. Delicious apple. Everything else over here is looking absolutely fine. Let's do a supply run on logs for the creosote. So if we're going to be relying on that, we do need to make sure it keeps its inventory so it can power the boilers. And also the solar grade machine. Sodalite real. Wait, was it medium voltage fluid extractor that let us make molten glass? Not this. Not this. We'll just pick glass and go from there. Fluid solidifier is this molten glass, which is fluid extractor sand. Okay, technically with a medium voltage fluid extractor now, we can make sand in the glass. It's that easy. Well, molten glass, and then we solidify it in the glass. But that's reliable. And a great use of all the sand that we have. This 15 stacks of glass. You thought I misspoke? Oh, it's 15 stacks of glass now. We are on the precipice of making the generators we need. We'll have to stop the EBF to reroute the power, but we're on the precipice. Bronze, bronze, bronze. Wait, check the bronze. We're gonna need... I'm gonna guess 15. I'm rounding up. I know I'm rounding up, but... I think it's better to round up. Then 16 tin. Except it would be better to use the dust. None of these are tin dust. Do we have tin dust? We do. Alloy smelter. Got a job for you. Okay, here's the half stack. This is... I'm going to need way more bronze. Fortunately, I am making way more bronze. It's 15 per. We're going to need 60. We don't need to make all 4 at once, but we will want to make all 4 eventually. Running the numbers, I think it's exactly 40 aluminum we need in order to make these 4. But we'll also need 8 medium voltage circuits, of which we only have 4. Which means we can make 2 of them. If we want to make any more... We're going to need more electronic circuits. 2 more exactly. But more. Unless there's an ever so convenient quest reward I have not been paying attention to yet. Or we get lucky with like a loot bag. That would have been a nice one to have. Sheets. It could give us a programmed circuit. Not you. Definitely not you. Well, ignoring that, we can take some of the rewards and try our luck. We're allowed to do that. At the very least, we can buy more diodes if we care. These coins can go in there. We put all of our inventory above. Let's see what these bags got in 3, 2, 1. A Ender IO machine chassis. This appears to be the equivalent of a casing for, I guess, the dark steel or Ender IO stuff in general. No reverse engineering, so that's fair. Stirling generator, combustion generator, zombie generator, sag mill, alloy smelter, basic capacitor, 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 vibrant capacitor, painting machine, crafter, the vat, farming station, wireless door. Okay, so this is a little bit outside of the general Greg Tech line of things, but probably got some good benefits. It's also part of a quest that I'm not doing. Okay, next bag. 3, 2, 1. Energy conduit, max output 640 RF per tick. Another Ender IO thing. I'm seeing a trend. Final bag in 3, 2, 1. Ethereal glass. What do I do with this? This magical glass can be phased through by players with ease, but provides a completely solid barrier to anything else. If are sneaking, the block will be solid to you. Interesting. This is like the opposite of... Oh, okay, that's because there's ethereal glass and inverted ethereal glass. Regular ethereal glass is made by an unstable ingot or a Mobius unstable stable ingot and a lot of glass. This reminds me of the spectral glass, or if that's what it's called. It's made with the ectoplasm. Right. Spectre glass, which does a similar thing. But I guess this is more general purpose and a lot fancier. You can't invert it like you can the ethereal. I suppose that's the benefit. You can make it be a thing you walk on but enemies don't, or you can make it a wall that you can go through but enemies can't. Because I don't have any access to making more of those, that's just going to have to be a singular cool thing. Maybe I can use a ladder to make like a trapdoor effectively. That's a pretty niche use case. 44, we now have enough aluminum. There is no problem, it's just letting it go a little more. How's the bronze looking? Okay. So I'll make sure we have everything. Motors. We have plenty of copper nickel for that. We have the aluminum for that. Steel is available. Copper cable's available. Just we need power to a thing. I will stop the machine. This will be the last craft before we disassemble it. Or at least part of it. I'm going to take one machine and I'm going to bring it back to the area where we do most of our crafting so that we can do more of our crafting. So disconnect. Pick up the benzene. Remove fully. A little awkward. Put that in. And then I guess I'll rip up under the floor for a second. No real good way to do this. So I'm going to do this. This will give me a little bit of an access route, so I can modify it from under here, like this. Okay, now, the things we need. First off, we want to fluid extract, fluid solidify. Well, actually, no, we don't. What we really want to do first is just bend all of this into plate. We could also start moving sodalite over here to get more aluminum if needed, but we don't need it. So, I'm going to make 3. The old system was 1 here, 2 over there, and 1 here. So adding 3 over here is equivalent to upgrading this to high voltage power. I would like to make a 4th, but we do not have the electronics for it. So I'll simply move us back to the status quo. And that will be sufficient. Looking good here. I think we're out of circuits for this, or I've just moved them elsewhere. I did move things elsewhere, but not the point. Okay, so we have those casings. Can I just do this still, or do I need to coat? I do need to coat. Fortunately, the coating machine is completely separate from the rest of the system. It's its own little basic gas turbine, low voltage, easy to use, easy to choose. Now we get the fluid extractor. Put it here. For what we're doing, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Fluid extraction is complete. We move on to fluid solidifying. Also, we have this new assembler. Put it there. Fluid solidifier goes in. We want it all to be turned into rods. From that, we'll need more steel. Steel, I'm still willing to lathe. It's fine. In terms of copper nickel for this, we are going to need... I think 24. Which is exactly how much we have. Yes. Cables are ready. Almost at 12. I'll put them in here, but it will starve. I'm just doing that to know they're in there. Cool pyramid. It's all pyramidal. I feel bad for my giant stack of electric motors. I had such high hopes for it. And yet here I am doing a lot of medium voltage stuff. Its time will come. Most certainly. It will be the backbone of our production line stuff. What we're doing not right now is not production line stuff. It is the big, fancy stuff. Of course, it's got 5 more. I think we got some spare aluminum in the sodalite department. We can take that as well. Boom. Every little bit. Where's that spider? Is it downstairs? Hello? Ghost spoder. There you are. Got him. And then I saw a burning zombie over here. That was it leaving. Back to the lathe department. We got our steel rods. Put them in the polarizer. That's the polarizer. What are you missing? You're missing the tin. I'll put you in as a reserve. We have the motors. We have most of these. We have most of these. We need the rotors. So that'll be another fluid extraction solidification step. We also need the machine hulls. We only have casings. One more empty cell, please. Then we will extract here. Okay, so I got some spare tin I can fluid extract real quick. Get some molten tin. I'm sure there's something I can do. Keep it at 16 in case we want to do another stack of bronze. Then we fluid extract. I think we're best off just plunging this. Fluid auto output should put it over here. Wait, we don't care. This is for soldering. Okay, now what am I missing? We got good circuit. We got electronic circuit. We got diodes. We got copper cable. What am I blanking on? I'm seriously gonna have to check. Oh, it's not cable, it's wire. That explains everything. That'll work. So, distillery? Correct one. That'll make us 2 more medium voltage circuits, giving our total to 6. All 6 of them will be used to construct gas generators, which will then be placed around the facility to substitute what we've tragically lost. Just in principle, I can just do this. The way we're going to deal with the bronze is that we're going to over extract and then remake into ingots if needed. So I think that's enough for 2. I think 45 is... Well, 45 is overkill, but I think it's a decent compromise. We may need a second fluid cell for this. Never mind, we're good. Take the machine off. Solidifier. Also take the rotor. I already have it. Put it back. Put this in. Target is 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not bad. Put them all in here. We are missing the casings, which are in here. Put these in. Put 3 of these in. 1, 2, 3. Advanced gas turbines. And now we can put them back where we would have placed them before. No other real work has to be done for this. Just place it. Reconnect. Reconnect. This is going to be the beneficial one. Bonk. Put that way. Wire connects. Fuel should already be good to... It's empty. We're going to have to sort of give the system a little manual kick, I suppose. That's fine. What we got the stuff for. One for each. Should be fine. In. And in. With that running, the system set back to 9. Activate. It is making wood tar. Pipe is clear. Welcome back to benzene production. Let's hope in the long run these do actually gain fuel. We know we started at 8,000 for each, so it would be very clear to see after a minute has gone by and the first pyrolyse goes through. Don't make spooky noises, game, please. I'm busy trying to see if my machine works still. Okay, moment of truth. How's power going? 767, holding steady. Oh, we are far ahead of the curve here. Okay, I'm at least convinced it's breaking even. Which is really all we could have hoped for. I think the next step here would be upgrading this to Canthal to increase production speed. That would go a long way into solving a lot of issues. But that's going to require a bit of technology we don't yet have. Mainly lubricant and cooling in a chemical bath. Here. 8.8, 7.28. It's legally more. So I'm confident standing. So even if this one's rising and this one's lowering, the fact that this is going to get to 9K before this gets to 7K means that this one will become full before this one becomes empty. And that'll be the point when this one starts getting full as well. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, I think this might be gaining a little bit of trickle charge. I don't know. Nothing else is using power here at the moment, so... Yep, it's rising. I saw that go from... Yep, okay. Even now, fuel is being restocked into the system. Good. .3, 7, easy. In fact, we can prioritize the machine getting back to full strength by simply doing a little bit of this. Take this from a 7 to that. Then, when this gets full, this will basically become full at the exact same time. Then to really solidify the deal, do some single-celled organisms. Them in here. And I think we have space for exactly one more. Right here. Now we'll get a real good metric on how good this thing is at fueling. I'm not pumping 4 amps into this. Seems excessive. Also, just evaluating my pipe work, I could have theoretically moved that one either down that way, but that might short-circuit something. I think maybe I'd move it this way. Have the 4 amps go in and then distribute. Save on some pipe, make this a little bit closer, a little more centralized. I don't know. There's choice, there's options. I'm satisfied with how it's working right now, regardless. Do a little cleanup around the factory. Okay, I think we faced a crisis, and then we survived the crisis that we faced. Power is not guaranteed anymore. It wasn't to begin with, but now it's even easier to break, because we're going to be doing high voltage stuff in the blast furnace here. Our work to stainless steel is not done. We still need at least one more medium voltage machine. But at the very least, we can be confident that we can get there. Our EBF has been upgraded to high voltage power. This means that the recipes will be more energy costly, but happen twice as fast. So effectively, the energy cost of the machine has doubled. Not too bad. Gone from 1 medium voltage to 2, counting the costs, not the actual voltage requirements. Or I guess the amperes. Still, it's not too bad. As long as we're not running the machine constantly, we should still get a backlog of benzene to work with. Our objective going forward is twofold. If we can get coolant technology, which appears to desire the mixer? Lapis dust and distilled water makes a coolant cell in a mixer. Okay. So this mixer will serve two purposes. This must therefore be our next goal. Make that mixer. Use it both for the creation of stainless steel and coolant. The coolant will then be used to cool Canthal, and with that Canthal we can make Canthal coils, which shall provide an additional upgrade to our large multi-block machines. It should make the pyrolysis oven faster. I don't know by how much, but faster. Thus improving our fuel production. And it will make the EBF energy efficient in low voltage recipes like the aluminum one we're doing now, but also able to do high voltage recipes such as solar grade ingots, which is an important step on the way to high voltage technology. Overall, going well. We had a bit of a tricky spot with the upgrade, but now I think it's just back to business as usual. Process, reinforce, get resources, process resources. How's the Soda Delight doing? Doing pretty good. If only we could use Sodalite to make coolant, that would be phenomenal. But apparently all it's good for is chemical blue dye. Could be a recipe. Well, it's blue dye. It's blue dye. More importantly for us, though, it's a source of aluminum. But yeah, as far as the rest of the recipes of the world care, it's blue dye. So I feel no hesitation using it for aluminum. What about lazurite? Sodium aluminate. I imagine we can make that some other way. Well, it seems like lazurite dust is in a similar boat, except it's cyan. It's useful for places where you need cyan, but I think as far as we're concerned, it's another source of aluminum. And silicon, and calcium, and sodium. All things useful to us. So that's good, and I think I'm good there. Let me just... The diminishing returns of all of our foods is starting to be a problem. I've been operating on vegetable sandwiches for a while. And it would be less of a problem if we had the sandwich factory. All we need is stainless steel. And then just to assemble the darn thing. But then food will be solved, and I am very much looking forward to it. It will probably be our big first bulk assembly line experiment. And hopefully we'll take what we learned there and be able to use it elsewhere to make all the other cool assembly lines we want to do. How you looking? Very good, very good. The factory is back up and running, and we can only go further beyond. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day, and good night.